and to today's meeting of Falkirk Council, and welcome to those joining online. The agenda was issued on Wednesday, 18th of September 2024. Hard copies were available to members at the Foundry on Wednesday, 18th of September 2024. A supplementary agenda was issued on Tuesday, 2nd October, advising on one deputation request made in relation to item 6, Education Service Redesign. This was not issued as a hard copy. The meeting is being live streamed and recorded. A video recording will be posted online shortly after the meeting on the Council's YouTube channel. This is the first Council meeting under the new standing orders, which were agreed in June. I will allow some latitude to members given that this is the first meeting, but do expect the new procedure to be observed. Today's meeting has a full agenda. I'm hopeful that business can be completed today if members are disciplined in their interventions. As Chair of the meeting, I will look to ensure fair debate on those items where there are amendments, but will ask members to stick to their allocated time. Also want to remind members of the need to behave in a respectful manner to each other and to officers. We can disagree and no doubt will disagree, but we can't do that without questioning the good faith of our officers or other members. Take this opportunity to remind members all members should be heard without interruption. I will introduce breaks at appropriate stages in the meeting and may vary the order of business to best manage the business conducted. Should it be needed, we will break for lunch at an appropriate time. If members who are attending remotely wish to speak, they should use the raise hand icon on screen. I will ask if all who wish to speak have done so before closing the debate, but at that point it's your responsibility to ensure you attract my attention, even by cutting in verbally, otherwise you may miss your chance to speak. Members joining remotely should ensure the cameras are turned on during proceedings. And before we start, can all members and officers check now that their mobile phones are switched off or on silent? So the first item of business is the Sediment. Mr. Moody. Oh, Bailica.
Just a quick question regarding the recording. I was just interested how long the recording stays, the live stream, how long it stays on the system? Or is it just live stream and lost?
At the moment, we haven't fixed a retention period for the recordings, but it's a good point, Provost, that Bailica raises, is that it would be useful to fix as a matter of policy how long these recordings will stay, and at that point, the older ones will start deleting when they're longer than the retention period. But it is something that's in our minds.
Not that I sit at night and watch the meetings over or anything, but I just wondered.
Okay, thanks, Bailica. Mr. Moody, Sediment.
Provost Bissett.
Present.
Apologies have been submitted by the Deputy Provost. Councillor Aitchison. Councillor Anslow.
Present.
Councillor Binney.
Present.
Councillor Bowes.
Present.
Councillor Brown.
Here.
Bailey Buchanan.
Present.
Councillor Bundy. Here. Councillor Colley.
Present.
Councillor Deacon.
Present.
Councillor Devine.
Present.
Councillor Flynn.
Present.
Councillor Forrest.
Present.
Councillor Garner.
Here.
Councillor Hannah.
Present.
Councillor Kelly.
Here.
Bailey Kerr.
Here.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Present.
Councillor Murtagh.
And short.
Councillor Nimmo.
Present.
Councillor Patterson.
Present.
Councillor Patrick.
Present.
Councillor Redmond.
Present.
Councillor Ritchie.
Present.
Councillor Robertson is subject to a leave of absence agreed by Council. Councillor Sinclair.
Here.
Councillor Spears.
Present. Councillor Murtagh, do you have a question?
I did have a question, Provost, thank you, about the agenda as a point of clarification. I'm aware that the items on the agenda as issued on the papers, my question, and I did ask this in advance to officers, was that in an earlier time, and just before the general election, we decided, or officers decided, that because there were controversial items on an agenda, and that was at the time the consultation on Blackness Primary School closure, and to go to consultation, that because it was significantly controversial and we were in an election period, that it was not appropriate to go ahead with that decision because of, because of the implications for elected members making that decision, and the kind of influences that were there. We have a by-election in Falkirk next week, and I wondered what consideration had been given to that and why we are going ahead with something which seems extraordinarily controversial while there is electioneering going on.
Okay, Mr. Laurie.
Thank you, Provost. We did give this matter our consideration. Something we did discuss. Our view was that the difference between a UK parliamentary general election and a local by-election that impacted on one of the council's 9 wards was sufficiently different in order, and given that there had been an undertaking to bring forward a report on the Learning Week at this meeting, that it was appropriate to go ahead on that basis. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Laurie. Councillor Spears.
I'd like to ask a procedural question before the start of the meeting. Excuse my voice, I've got a bad cold, hence my distancing from my colleagues. Can I ask the governance officer for the ruling on the legitimacy of submitted procedural motion? We have agenda item 6 by the SNP administration, which we expect and the opposition for it to be defeated. Do they wish to withdraw their motion with their own, withdraw their motion, knowing that the original motion will be defeated, and that can surely be acceptable? Now, I'd also like to ask if this goes through, or will it invoke the 6 months rule?
Mr. Moody.
The procedural motions as submitted are competent. The standing orders contemplate the use of procedural motions, and the paradigm example of a procedural motion is continuing an item from one meeting to the other. So there's nothing out of the ordinary on any of the 3 procedural motions submitted in relation to that item, and all were submitted in accordance with the provisions of the standing orders and taking account of the need for advance notice. So yes, the short answer, Provost, is that that motion, along with the others, is competent. On the question of does that invoke the 6 months rule, it's a procedural motion. It's not a decision on the substantive issue, which is before council. So if that motion or one of the other procedural motions were to be successful, the matter can be considered again in substance at the meeting to which it has been continued.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Moody. Second, Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. Just in the light of this discussion, can I have some clarity about who actually decides on an agenda? It does seem to me to be odd that the administration did not choose to take this off today's agenda, despite what Mr. Laurie has said about the decision of officers, because I understand that that would have been an option for the administration. It would just be useful to understand who is in charge.
Mr. Moody.
The reports are submitted by officers. The agenda for the council is signed by the council's chief executive. So it's not an issue where the administration could direct the officers not to present the report to the council. That would lie in the hands of the officer presenting, in this case, Mr. Reid, in relation to the report concerned, in conjunction with Mr. Laurie as the chief executive.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is declarations of interest. Members should declare any financial and non-financial interest they have in any item of business, identifying the relevant agenda item and the nature of the interest. Do we have any declarations of interest? No. I'll now go to Mr. Laurie. Just to say a few words on the Boundaries Scotland. We had the recent review, and Mr. Laurie would just like to say a few words on it.
Thank you, Provost. So members may recall that in April of this year we received revised proposals from Boundaries Scotland, which proposed that the Falkirk Council area be split across 3 constituencies: Falkirk North, Linlithgow and Falkirk South, and Cumbernauld and Kilsyth. At the meeting of the Executive on the 14th of May, it was agreed that the Council should object to the proposals, and that objection triggered a Falkirk local inquiry. The inquiry took place on the 22nd of August and involved a number of elected members, officers and other local representatives. So last week on the 26th of September, a consultation on further proposals for constituencies and provisional proposals for regions was published. These proposals include the decision by Boundaries Scotland to revert to the existing constituencies of Falkirk East and Falkirk West. Moreover, that decision is not subject to the further consultation. I think, Provost, this is a very positive outcome for the Council. Good example of the Council adopting a clear and unified position, acting in that position, achieving a positive result. And I'm just very grateful to those who contributed to that through the Falkirk local inquiry. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Laurie. Next item up, Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. I would just like to concur with what Mr. Laurie has said, but also to say a big thank you to Mr. Moody for his input in particular, and to everybody else. I think it is a good outcome, and I think we should celebrate it.
Indeed. Next item of business, minute of the meeting of Falkirk Council held on the 26th of June 2024, pages 3 to 16 in your agenda papers. Can we agree the minute? Any matters arising from that minute?
Provost.
Bailey Buchanan.
Yes, thank you, Provost. Provost, I'll tell you what it is. If we go to the pages in relation to page 14, we'll see that there's a motion put up by myself in regard to the freedom of Falkirk for the Sir William Wallace Grand Lodge of Scotland Free Colliers. This was fully supported by all members and was delighted. The problem I have is that this was taken in June, and what we have now is we have word from officers that there will be no event taking place because of, obviously, there's been elections, etc. And I can understand the workload that officers have. There'll be nothing done until next year. Now, that's a long, long time away. What I've done, Provost, is through your good self, I've offered the council the opportunity for myself to organise this, road closures. I stated quite clearly that I would even pay for the use of Calendar House and also for the buffet, and all we would require for the council would be for them to get a scroll provided. So I'm a wee bit disappointed that I haven't had any positive news back, because it's still a long 2025 is a long time away, and especially for members that might be getting a bit older, including myself. And Provost, through your good self, I'm just wondering if Mr. Moody could come back, because I haven't had a response to my offer, to tell me whether the council would be happy for me, through your good self, Provost, to organise this event on behalf of the council. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Bailey Buchanan. We'll go to Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Provost. It's maybe helpful for members to know that I think what is anticipated is an event early in 2025, lest members of the council think the matter is being pushed far away into the distance. I think, as Bailey Buchanan correctly observes, it's to do with the availability and capacity of the staff who would be organising the event. The organisation themselves have been advised of the proposed timetable, and I don't think there's any response back from them suggesting any discontent with that. I'm very grateful to Bailey Buchanan for his offer of assistance, but I think this is properly a matter that should be organised by the relevant officers.
Thanks very much, Mr. Moody. Next item of business is the rolling action log, and we'll go to Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Provost. And as usual, this records the decisions of Council where a further report has been called for. The rolling action log is up to date, and either the reports are on today's agenda, or in one case there is information given as to the future report, the future meeting at which the report will be presented.
Okay. Any questions on the rolling action log? No. Next item of business is financial strategy 2025-26 to 29-30, pages 19 to 78. On your agenda papers is a report by the Director of Transformation, Communities and Corporate Services. The report is taken as read, and since there's been an amendment's been received, there will be a debate, and we now go to questions to officers. Anybody got any questions for officers? Councillor Maple-John.
Thank you, Provost. Can I just say probably at the outset that from the administration we're happy to accept the amendment from our Tory colleagues to the motion as a small addendum. I don't see that detracts anything from and just makes it clear. So we're happy to accept that. But I've got a number of questions I would like to ask, and I apologise. I don't want to be sounds if we're interrogating Amanda, but I was just wondering if Amanda can maybe tell us a wee bit about what you think is going forward a prudent and sustainable level of service concessions for 25-26.
Thank you. I think what we need to do as a council is really show that we are reducing our reliance on service concessions. We've talked about that quite a lot. In 23-24 we budgeted to use 15.3, 24-25 we budgeted to use 22.5. My ideal scenario is that for 25-26 we would be below both of those, and ideally I'd like to look at sort of halving our use of service concessions for 25-26. So I think roughly sort of 11 to 12 feels a bit more sustainable. So I think that would be, but I think that would be my preferred option. But I think fundamentally we need to show a real change in our approach, and we need to show a real reduction in our reliance of service concessions for 25-26.
Just on that, just if we don't reduce the use of our service concessions, what are the implications? And I'm particularly thinking about some of the decisions we'd made at budget last year around potential investment.
So thank you. So the financial strategy is showing that we have a budget gap of 29.3 million, assuming a 7% council tax rise for 25-26. So if, for example, we chose to just balance that budget with service concessions, there would be a few implications. One, I think clearly it would bring us to the attention of audit in terms of that increase in reliance on non-recurring reserves, and we know that audit have the Accounts Commission have recently published a report talking about the need for councils to reduce that reliance, so we'd be going in the wrong direction. If we use 29.3 million of service concessions, it would take us below the 30 million that we talked about trying to retain for investment purposes, so we would automatically fall below that. And then what that means is for 26-27, we would be starting with a gap of 29.3 million, which would be our full use of service concessions, and then we'd be adding on the gap for 26-27, so that would take us to about 36.3 million. So that would be our gap in 26-27, which would be a huge issue for us to try and resolve quite quickly. It means a lot of really difficult decisions all in 1 year, because we simply wouldn't have enough service concessions to use, even if we decided we weren't going to keep any for investment purposes. So I think the other thing that we have to remember is that service concessions when the council agreed to use service concessions to support the budget, it was done on the basis of buying some time to make the difficult decisions to get ourselves in a financially sustainable position. But we recognise there's a cost to using service concessions. There's borrowing attached to service concessions. So the more that we use early on, the higher our borrowing charges are going to be, the more pressure it's going to be put on the revenue budget. And ultimately, we will still get to the same place of having to bridge that gap in a recurring way, because we will have run out of service concessions and we'll have to find savings and income. Does that answer your question?
It does. It probably raises a few others. I'm trying to keep this brief and not hog all the time. I was just going to ask again, and maybe from other colleagues that may wish to comment, council's need for investment. How critical is that? We're very aware of some of the challenges we've got before us, particularly around buildings, etc. But what the council's need for investment going forward, considering that our capital budget allocation is shrinking?
So I think when we were discussing the budget for 24-25, we were discussing the potential to ring-fence some council tax to help support capital investment. And the reason we were bringing that forward is because we're recognising that our infrastructure needs significant investment. So we know that, for example, all our rolling programmes around roads and lighting and maintenance and things, all our officers are saying they need more funds. And we can see actually in the financial strategy, if we look at the budget consultation, that things like roads were really, people flagged that as being a real priority for them. So I think that our communities are recognising that need for investment as well. That comes out in the consultation. We are in the process just now of pulling together a list of critical bids. So the thing for 25-26, so the things that we think absolutely have to happen and we have to somehow find the funding for them. And I know some of that will be based on condition surveys, for example, out at the schools. Mr. Kettrick's on the call, may want to say a little bit more about that. So I think we have our rolling programmes, which are all about trying to sustain our services. It's our kind of business as usual bread and butter, trying to keep our buildings and our infrastructure available for service use. But I think there is an increasing need to address things like backlog maintenance. And as I say, Mr. Kettrick may have more to say on that.
Okay.
Mr. Kettrick.
Thank you, Provost. Nothing much more to say than clearly our school estate, as with all our property assets, will require substantial investment going forward, and based on current projections, that will require us to look at funding models, whether that's through council taxes highlighted by Mrs. Templeman, or the use of service concessions, capital resources to meet those backlog maintenance burdens.
Okay, and Provost, I've got two more questions and I will try and keep them relatively brief. I was just wondering if Mrs. Temple could explain why there's been a change in the gap based on the projection of between 5 and 7%, and on the back of that, what level of council tax rise would be needed to balance 25-26 budget without using service concessions?
Thank you. So on page 39, we've tried to set out a sort of audit trail of how the gap has moved, and we tried to do that between our kind of 6 monthly updates, if you like, our budget that went in March and then, or February, March, and then the financial strategy. So at this point, we've assumed that we've moved the assumption on council tax from 5% per annum to 7% per annum. And that accounts for the majority of the difference that you can see on page 39, and that's an increase in council tax of around 7.2 million for that 5-year period. So that's the reason, that's the biggest sort of reason for that reduction from where the gap was to what we're showing now. In terms of council tax increase for 25-26, we have the gap, which is shown on page 39 of 8.1 million, but we also have that 22.5 million. So I'm just going to double check, but if we had, we would look to have a council tax increase of 44% roughly if we were just using council tax as our only balancing factor. So if we weren't taking any of the savings or fees and charges that are being proposed, it would be 44%.
Oh, wow. And my final question is just, I don't know, again, I don't know whether it's yourself or whether the Chief Executive has any sense of discussions that have taken place in other councils around their financial balances and indeed about levels of council tax that they will be considering.
Mr. Laurie.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor Meikle-John. I mean, this is the discussion that all councils are having, because whilst the degree of the challenge might vary slightly, and the proximity to the cliff edge, if I can use that phrase, also varies to a degree between different councils. All councils are considering how they can make really significant differences to the services they're providing, including significant service cuts, potential withdrawal from some statutory elements of service. So we're all in that space, and our position in Falkirk, of course, is that our deficit is proportionately I think it's the second highest in Scotland. The factor one could argue that is in our favour is the high level of service concessions we have. But the risk, of course, that faces us is that we use these service concessions over the next couple of years. We have nothing to invest at the end of it, and we still need to make all the savings when we get to either 26, 27 or 27, 28, depending on the decisions that members take. So all councils are in a similar challenge. The degree of it varies, but the kind of discussions and proposals that we're bringing forward be familiar to councillors up and down the land.
Councillor Spears.
Thank you. I've got two questions. First question is, what will happen if the Scottish Government come at the last minute and ask us to freeze the council tax? As there's much room where they're going to ask us to freeze any rents increases.
I think we're not at this point getting a sense that we're going to be asked to freeze council tax, albeit we know that we didn't know that last year either. I suppose there would be quite a lot of negotiation to happen between COSLA and Scottish Government, as there happened last year, about any kind of funding that might come to be able to compensate and at what level that funding would be sitting at. We know that most councils are thinking, or a lot of councils are considering quite significant council tax rises. So the level at which any compensatory funding might be set, I think would take quite a lot of negotiation, I would think. So I suppose we would just have to work our way through that scenario and see where it takes us, and what we tried to demonstrate in the financial strategy is that in terms of the elements that are under our control, we think are council tax savings and income from fees and charges, and the extent to which we use one more than the other impacts on how much we need. So if we have less council tax, we're going to need more fees income, and we're going to need more service savings to try and balance the position.
My second question is, what percentage of the population in Falkirk District actually pay council tax?
Well, every household will receive a council tax bill. Some will obviously get council tax reduction. I'm not quite sure what the percentage is. We've got some information in the financial strategy on council tax reduction, but we know that for every 1% increase in council tax, around about another 60 households will be in receipt of council tax reduction. And we also know at this stage that our council tax collection rate has remained quite high. So to date, any changes in council tax do not seem to have had a significant impact on our council tax collection rate.
So if we put the council tax up 100%, then everybody would get council tax reduction and the Scottish Government would have to pay for it and not the people.
Well, for every 1%, it would be 60 more households, so it wouldn't necessarily be 100% of people, but it would be...
I'm sure you find it an interesting prospect.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Provost. I've got a couple of questions as well. And they'll both be Mrs. Templeman. Is there much scope for more fees and charges? Do you see much scope in there?
Thank you. I think our fees and charges, we've set out some information on fees and charges within the strategy. They do account for a relatively low figure in terms of income, but we can see where we've made sort of good strides with things like the green waste bins. So I suppose there's something about looking at where we have opportunities for further fees and charges, but I suppose at the moment a lot of the kind of things that we're seeing nationally are more about some of the levies, like the discussion on tourism levies or cruise ship levies, and they're not necessarily big income streams, we suspect, for Falkirk, although I think there's still work being done, particularly on the tourism one, to consider that. So in terms of fees and charges, I think, Mr. Benny's been looking at a review to try and look at where we're placed with some of our fees and charges in terms of that national picture. And we do need to consider where our fees and charges are quite low. How do we bring those up into at least average? And maybe we might want to be higher than average for some of them. I think we need to also, though, consider the impact on usage of facilities if there's fees and charges. And then we also need to take into account the concessionary policy. There's quite a lot of variables at work there, but we should be looking at that area. But I don't think it's not going to it's not going to be a panacea for the budget gap.
No problem. And it's maybe the green bin in your area, but it's the brown bin here. Also, could you explain a bit more about the table in 5.8 at page 57 in the financial strategy with regard to the borrowing debt and the impact on the council's position?
Sorry, the table on page 57? Page
57 of the financial strategy paper.
So that's really setting out summarising the information that has come from the executive reports and things. So members will already be aware of that. I think from a finance point of view for officers, we have some concern that our debt levels are consistently rising. And it's maybe worth saying that the earlier we use service concessions, the faster that's going to happen, which is also a cause for concern. Mm-hmm. So what that table's reflecting, there's one for the general fund and there's one for housing, is the borrowing that we're doing for the capital programme, and then also the debt that that's falling out that we will be replacing. And we have budgeted for most of that. But what we are finding is that we've made assumptions on interest rate reductions that maybe aren't happening as quickly as we expected. So we know that the pace of interest rate reductions has been slower than anticipated. So what we're trying to set out in the strategy here that is in the short term, we need to try and reduce our borrowing as much as we practically can. We know that there will be some borrowing we have to do. It's in the capital programme, it's in the budget. But any further proposal to use borrowing, we need to know where the funds are going to come from to pay those borrowing costs for it to be prudent, for it to be sustainable. So we have to be careful about our borrowing. And that's why we get into those conversations about, for example, ring fencing an element of council tax, because that would give us the income we know we're getting in to pay for the borrowing costs. So that feels like a more prudent and sustainable approach. But I think in the medium to long term, we need to be trying to look at reducing the debt burden, because we don't want to build up a significant debt burden for future generations. And you can see at the bottom of both of the tables for general funds and housing, you see percentages, and those percentages demonstrate how much of the council's income is going to be used to pay borrowing costs. And you can see over the next 5 years, it's going to go up every year. And what we're seeing, I think, in the financial strategy, what we're trying to say is that we need to, in the more medium to long term, look to start to bring that back down and to reduce that debt burden.
Thank you.
Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Provost. And many of the questions that I had picked up have also been asked by others, which is good. I suppose, question to Amanda, I won't do the thesaurus question of if you had to pick one word that summed this up, which version of grim would you go to? But is it not the case that the financial strategy, which I've been asked to agree now, although the figures are different, a very similar financial strategy in terms of using service concessions and council tax and savings was also put forward and agreed last year at this time?
Thank you. I think to some extent that is the case. We have the same tools available to us to try and balance the position. I think it's important that we try to set out a really clear, well, as clear as we can set it out, position for both members, officers, our teams, and also for our communities, to be able to really explain how we've got to this position, or why we think we're in this position, and the reason behind the decisions that we're going to have to take. I think maybe what I would like to try and emphasise with this financial strategy is that we're sort of a year on, and actually, arguably, we've not made those significant inroads into reducing those that reliance on non-recurring funding for 24-25, but we really need to see that in 25-26. And so I suppose the longer that we delay that process, the more critical the financial strategy and the financial position becomes.
I suppose I appreciate that, and I think what I'm kind of asking is that we agreed to take a prudent approach last year, and you would have given very similar advice as we've had in previous years, maybe not when service concessions were in play, but that by taking the service concessions, and it was in the report, I think, that we used more non-recurring funding last year than at any time ever in living memory, to plug a budget gap. And I suppose it's asking you, given that we agreed that, we didn't do it. It seems that we've made the situation worse, which was kind of what you were saying. We've not made progress, but in effect, we've made the situation worse because we've put that gap, that service concession, onto this year's gap. It's in the report, but could you explain a little bit about how, having used this unprecedented amount of service concessions last year, that's effectively directly onto this year's gap to put it nearly to 30 million, and why, and the consequence of that, basically?
Yeah, so I think each time we use non-recurring funds, we have to find that money again the following year. So, for example, if we had a deficit we were carrying forward every year of 20 million, and that was the only deficit we had, at the end of a 5-year period, if we were filling it with non-recurring funding each year, we'd have used £100 million to fill that gap each year, but at the end of the 5-year period, we would still have a £20 million gap. So it's very much a temporary stick and plaster over a fundamental issue, which is that we're spending more than we have income coming in. So the extent to which, and we've kind of tried to set this out in the models, The extent to which we use service concessions in 1 year, that amount, if we use £10 million of service concessions, for example, in 25-26, there will automatically be a starting gap of £10 million in 26-27. And that's just how that use of non-recurring funding works. And I suppose that it is that key message that to be able to continue doing that non-recurring funding sort of sticking plaster, firstly, you need to have the non-recurring funds continually to be able to do that. We are not going to be in that position. We are going to run out of them. But even if we did have the ability to do that over a 5-year period, we calculated that we would spend over 200 million to do that in the 5 years. And at the end of it, we would still have the same £56.4 million gap to try and find. So it feels like it's, I guess that's where we've tried to talk about service concessions as having that opportunity to actually make a difference, that betterment investment. The extent to which we kind of keep using it as sticking plaster, we lose that opportunity. Does that answer your question? Sorry.
It does, to an extent. I suppose it's difficult. I don't want to put you on the spot in terms of an opinion, but in some ways, what I'm saying is we agreed the financial strategy. It wasn't followed, and therefore agreeing the financial strategy today, which I'm in favour of, but agreeing the financial strategy today, what impact does it have if members don't actually follow what is in the financial strategy? Because to just crystallise, in the report it says members should use this financial strategy and this balance of agreeing service concession, use of council tax increase, service changes and fees and charges. In every decision that we're looking at, we have to have it in mind that this is our strategy. So what impact does it have if we agree a strategy but councillors don't follow it?
Thank you. I think that's a really interesting question. And I think, so I suppose if we look back to the 24-25 budget, we agreed the financial strategy in September. In October, we got told about the council tax freeze. And then we were sort of responding to that. And the 24-25 budget looked quite different to what we had anticipated it looking like when we were sitting with this financial strategy. So I suppose there is an extent to which we are hit with external factors that we need to react and respond to. I also think, I've tried to, just as you've outlined, be really clear about the importance of the financial strategy, because ultimately members have a legal duty to balance the budget, to set a balanced budget, and not just for this year, but for the next however many years people are going to be members for, with local elections and things. But that annual requirement to balance the budget is going to become increasingly difficult if decisions aren't taken now, is the reality. And I've tried to set that out, and I've tried to emphasise that idea that yes, this should be considered any decision. How does this impact on our financial strategy? And I really do believe that that's what needs to happen. However, the decision makers are in this room.
Thank you. I think, just for information, it's 944 days. I checked my wellness app of the countdown to the next local government elections, and that's what it is. And I think it is, I suppose, the chief executive just mentioned the words cliff edge, and all local authorities are very, in difficult situations, but we are in a particularly closer place to the cliff edge. You talked about the legal responsibilities there. In effect, if members don't follow the financial strategy, we can't agree to put council tax up by 44%. Maybe we wouldn't even be able to put it up by 7%, depending on what government restrictions are. And we can't agree service concessions. We can't agree to take service changes, and fees and charges is only 3% of our budget. What are your responsibilities as the Section 95 officer if we cannot agree a balanced budget? What other financial strategy could there be?
Again, I think that's a really interesting question. I think so. Members have a responsibility to set a balanced budget, a legal duty to do that. And my advice, my role as Section 95 officer is to try and advise members on how to do that and the best approach to take and what is, I think, prudent, sustainable, and an appropriate and proper administration of the Council's financial affairs. My understanding is that members still ultimately have the decision on what budget they put forward, and I can see that's not prudent, it's not sustainable. I would not recommend this, but ultimately that decision sits with members. Now, I hope we're not going to get to that point, because I'm hoping that financial strategy will help to explain why we can't get to that point, or why we shouldn't get to that point, why certain decisions should be taken or could be need to be considered. But I think there is increasingly a conversation happen nationally to see what happens in these scenarios, because we recognise how difficult it is. Now, there's not a decision at this point, or there's not a kind of final agreement on what does happen if the Section 95 officer does not agree with the budget that's coming forward. But I think hopefully there'll be some kind of guidance issued soon on that.
Okay, thanks very much.
I've got one last question, probably.
One last question.
Yeah. So it's quite unprecedented to see in the financial strategy report you actually name the decision about the school week as an example of a decision in terms of service about, and I think there's a figure, correct me if I'm wrong, of about 8% equivalent to council tax. And, you know, it kind of, my question really is, if we're based on a 7% increase in council tax, and that includes taking the school week changes, and we don't take them, that will mean a minimum 15% council tax increase, even if we took the other savings on offer. And I suppose to just crystallise up, if, as Councillor Spears was asking, if there's either a freeze or a cap, even if it was a cap of 7% or 8% or 9%, we would be left with no other options other than just absolutely putting it all on next year with service concessions. What we would either, in your opinion, what other options would we have? Because I could see that either if we can't raise that, then we would have to do very, very drastic cuts that are completely unplanned, or it was a case of putting it on next year and then we'll effectively be bust.
Thank you. So if we look at the budget modelling that's in the financial strategy, and if we took that 7% model one that assumes the learning week is accepted, then that had a sort of service concession usage of £15.2 million, which is higher than I would want it to see. It's still slightly lower than it's ever been in the last 2 years, but it's still higher than I would want it to see. I think if you were saying that you wanted to retain that 15.2 as a target, and we took the funding off the learning week, then yes, we would have to increase council tax to make up that difference. However, what I think is probably a more likely scenario is that we would have to consider, just as you say, what are the more sort of radical, difficult decisions that we would bring forward for members' consideration, and it will be some difficult things, and we've tried to start outlining broadly what that might look like in the paper. I think the reference to the Learning Week in the strategy is really, again, that kind of trying to be really clear to everyone, members, our teams and the public, why we're looking at these areas, why there's such a need to do this sort of these fundamental reviews. But I think that we will need to be looking, and officers are still working on what are the other options that we might be bringing forward as part of the budget exercise.
Just on the question about, but if we could not raise the council tax, if either a freeze, which I know is unexpected, but we didn't expect it last year. But if there was a cap, and we make a decision about anything now, in the assumption that, well, we'll just have to accept that a 15% minimum council tax is where we're going, and we can't do it. We can't do it because government say we're capping the ability to raise council tax. What would we do? What would our option be? Because I can't see any other way of balancing the budget then, according to this strategy, other than the most drastic cuts if we're not to completely lose all the service concessions.
I think that's an accurate position. I think we would just be bringing a lot more drastic things forward.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh. We'll now go to Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. And I think the questions that we've had already have been very helpful in terms of teasing this out, but also to some extent kind of have slightly confused me. Can I just clarify, if to have a sustainable budget, our income needs to be equal to our expenditure on services. As long as our income is equal to our expenditure, we would not have a budget gap, we would not have a problem. Yeah. Now, can I also clarify, I think you said 80% of our income comes from the Scottish Government grant. And the second biggest income is from our council tax. Right. Am I also right in my understanding that over the past number of years, the income, the grant from the Scottish Government has not even kept pace with inflation? And I'm also correct, I think, in saying that the council tax that we have been able to levy, it being the major income source that the council has control over, has been either frozen or capped most years by the Scottish Government. Yes, yeah. And I think we talk about this as if this is all within our decision making. I think we have to recognise that it's not just our decisions that impact on this. So just to clarify, if the Scottish Government was to increase its grant to local authorities, and it's not just Falkirk, I recognise this is across the board, to cover that £30 million gap, that would be ongoing.
Well, I suppose it would depend on
Scottish Government decisions.
What the terms of any grant increase would be.
Right. So I mean, the problem that we are grappling with is income unable to cover our expenditure, and controls put on that prevent us from increasing our income, or have done over the recent years.
I think yes, in the sense that if we had, we know that if we'd increased council tax by inflation, we would be sitting with more funding. Now, there's obviously a sort of political decision about why that was done and the benefits of it and things like that. But I suppose our fundamental is, as you see, our income and expenditure don't match. And for me, the challenge is that sort of almost regardless of what happens in Scottish Government or UK Government in terms of funding settlements, this council needs to set a balanced budget. And that's why the strategy is trying to focus on what is within this council's control, because those are the only tools that we as a council have to flex.
Sorry, thank you for that. Sorry if you felt I was trying to ask for a political decision. I certainly was not asking you to make a political decision. But can you just finally confirm, the Falkirk Council budget gap is the second highest in Scotland, and our council tax is, I can't remember, where is it on the scale?
Our gap is a percentage of our revenue budget is the second highest in Scotland. Now that doesn't include Shetlands and Orkneys, because they have such a different sort of funding position to ourselves. I'm just double checking because I always, for some reason, get 5th and 6th mixed up in terms of council tax, but that's, we are currently the 6th lowest in Scotland,
6th lowest.
But the 9th lowest if we include the islands, so the 6th is for mainland Scotland.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Hannah. We'll now go to Councillor Nimmo.
Sorry, Provost, but my question's already been answered.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Sinclair.
Thanks, Provost. Just the one question from me. The report includes uncertainties for financial year 24-25 in relation to a number of areas, but some of these include teacher numbers, pay awards and interest rates, and I'm going to add in the increasing costs of services. So what clarity or information on further updates could officers provide on matters like that? Thank you.
Sorry, on all of those uncertainties. So teacher numbers, we've not had any update on. Now, the latest meeting I was at suggested that that's something we might not get an update on until much later in this calendar year, potentially once the results of the census, the teacher census have all been pulled together. That census has been completed, but it does take some time to pull it together. In terms of the pay awards, we now have a little bit more understanding of where that might go, albeit it's not fully settled. So we need to kind of put those figures through the sausage machine, I say, and see what that impact is. We had budgeted for 3%, and so we know that there was an anticipation that councils could find a little bit more, maybe that 0.2%, but then there's also additional funding expected from Scottish Government, so we're just sort of waiting to get all that information. And in terms of interest rates, we, as I say, we're seeing the rates reduced sort of slower than we had potentially anticipated. If you think about the fact that we look at the capital programme over a 5-year period, and we're looking at potential interest rates sort of 4 or 5 years in advance. So we've got a little bit of a difference between what we had anticipated and what's actually happening. However, there was a news report today that was talking about potentially, taking a sort of more significant reduction in council tax going forward. So, interest rates going forward. So it's, we're kind of at the mercy of what happens there, and we just have to try and manage that as best we can in terms of our cash flow.
Okay, no more questions. Okay.
Provost, I apologise. I have a follow-up.
No, you're not coming back. That's you. You've had your lot.
It was based on a question that others had. I just wanted to ask Mrs. Templeman whether she had any expectation that the Scottish Government would give anything other than flat cash at the situation we're facing.
I think we have to plan for flat cash at this stage, because we know from the discussions that have been happening both at UK government level and at Scottish government level, there's a lot of discussion about the pressures that the governments are under in terms of prioritising their funding across all the different public services. So at this point, I think the best we can hope for is our flat cash scenario. And then we will see. We're not expecting our budget from Scottish Government until around about the 12th of December. So it's going to be some time before we get our allocation. But at this point, there's nothing that I'm hearing to suggest that we should anticipate a better funding agreement.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Meikle-Johns indicated that she would adopt Councillor Bundy's amendment into her motion. So that means there'll be no amendment. So it means there'll be no debate. So I'll now go to Councillor Meikle-Johns to speak to her motion.
Thank you, Provost. I just want to say thank you to Amanda Templeman, our finance team, and indeed the senior management team in developing such a comprehensive strategy. It's a long document, it's got lots of information in it, with the aim to be as transparent as possible and to clearly explain the Council's position and why very difficult decisions are needed, not just to elected members, but for our citizens too, so it can help them understand why we're having to bring forward proposals that are quite radical. Cannot emphasise enough the seriousness of the Council's financial position and the need to support the financial strategy. This shouldn't be seen as a political document. What it does is it sets out the problem and how the Council can use the only tools available to it to set a sustainable budget. Difficult options would remain the same regardless of whomever is in administration. Fundamentally, as Mrs Templeman has already said, the Council has a legal duty to set a balanced budget every year. Continuing to rely on non-recurring funding to do that will mean the Council will come to a financial cliff edge relatively soon when those non-recurring funds run out and savings are not made. Reliance on the use of service concessions means that the Council will have to borrow, putting further pressure on the revenue budget. This will store up more problems for future years and future generations. That's why continuing to balance the budget with service concessions is not a sustainable solution. The section in the paper on the debt underlines the importance of this, as has done our Treasury management. In 23-24, the revenue budget, the Council agreed to use service concessions. It was based on that it bought the Council time to take difficult decisions. And while some difficult decisions have been taken, not enough to say that the continued use of service concessions is at high levels is a prudent approach. And Mrs Templeman has already detailed that in the questions. What the strategy before us does give us is a pathway through to financial sustainability, but it will be a difficult one. While officers will continue to look for savings, identify efficiencies where possible, that is becoming increasingly more difficult. Therefore, it's important that elected members work with officers to get the Council finance into balance. In fact, a recent report published by the Accounts Commission stated that Scotland's councils must speed up the pace of reform if they are to protect services in the face of unprecedented spending pressures, and that elected members must support their officers in progressing transformation. We have a clear example of that on the agenda later today. Last year, in approving our financial strategy, the Council agreed to the target operating model principles, which set out that the Council would need to become a smaller, more focused and more efficient organisation. 60% of our costs are employee costs, and that's increased if we include our colleagues in the IGIB. So being smaller will undoubtedly mean a reduction in staff numbers, and decision makers will need to be open to these proposals coming forward, as we will not be able to transform and make the savings required without reducing the overall headcount. Thus, will mean having to consider ways in which we can deliver services differently, or at worst, have to stop doing things. There's been reticence from members when considering proposals, wishing to have all the alternative approaches taken on the table. Officers have continually flagged up issues with fully working up proposals, including those around resourcing and, more importantly, marching staff up to the top of the hill for the proposals to be rejected. This can be hugely detrimental to the workforce and staff morale. Council has not identified sufficient savings on the table at this moment in time to cover the gap, and so proposing alternatives is challenging. Officers do, however, bring forward options they feel are the most suitable given the context the Council is operating within, and while as members we may not like or agree with them, they should be given serious consideration. As has already been highlighted, there's currently not enough by way of savings to meet the budget gap. And pages 55 to 56 has a broad outline of potential alternatives for the reduction or removal of core services, and it's been provided to help address some of the questions that members have raised. And I would also say that if it's not this, then what else? It should be noted that these proposals are high level and have not been developed for consideration at this stage, but should the current position not be agreed, it's anticipated that these areas that officers may come back in the future. Fundamentally, we all want to see more funding coming to the Council from Scottish Government, and COSLA continuing to lobby for that. However, both the UK Government and Scottish Government have been very open that the funding is extremely tight, and they look to balance the needs of those across the public sector. That means the Council must focus on the areas that are within our control. These are council tax, fees and charges, and service reductions. It's expected that our citizens will be anticipating a council tax increase, and it's a key tool available to us, as it would not anticipate another council tax freeze, considering how pressured local government and Scottish Government budgets are. The strategy is not fixed on any one percentage of council tax, but provides modelling based on a combination of council tax, fees and charges, and savings that can be used to provide a pathway through to financial sustainability. The modelling is telling us that the earlier in the 5-year plan we can take savings and use the council tax with reduced reliance on one-off non-recurring savings and service concessions, we can get to a balanced position quicker, which would enable the service concessions to be used for much needed investment in our communities. The converse of that, not taking the savings and increased use of service concessions with a lower council tax, will bring the council closer to that cliff edge within the next couple of years. Those are the choices before members. Each of us has a responsibility to ensure the financial well-being of the council. We're very clear on what the economic climate is, and we've heard that we cannot anticipate anything better than flat cash. We must remember that the Scottish Government relies on funding. It comes from the UK Government, and over the last number of years, the grant to Scottish Government is not kept abreast with inflation. There is no magic money tree. Therefore, it's our responsibility collectively to manage the financial governance of the Council. This financial strategy does that and should be a reference point in decision making. But what it will not do is take away the need to make radical and difficult decisions. And we need to be able to prepare to do that in this Council in order to be able to continue to protect the services for our communities. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Michael John. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Garner.
Happy to second.
Thanks very much. I'll now invite Councillor Hannah to maybe explain her position on this particular item.
Thank you, Provost. First of all, I want to say a major thank you to Amanda and all the staff who have put this together. I am constantly astonished at how clearly she manages to put forward very, very complex information, and how well she manages to address some very grim messages without over-dramatising. So thank you very much. Secondly, I do not have an amendment here. I'm glad that the administration has accepted Councillor Bundy's amendment, because the report in itself is simply stating the situation that we are in. But I think we do have to recognise this is a result of years of UK government austerity, years of Scottish government political decisions, and political decisions made by this council, that we are in this very grim situation. It didn't happen by accident. It wasn't inevitable. Yes, we have to deal with the consequences, but it was not inevitable.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hannah. We'll now go to Bailey Kerr, if he'd like to explain his position on this item.
Thanks, Provost. We understand the financial aspects of the position the council finds itself in. If I've been elected this past 7.5 years, I didn't give two hoots where the money comes from, and I'm not blaming anybody. All I'm saying is we need more money, and if it's the UK government or the Scottish government's to blame, well, it's them to blame. We need more money. Our amendment only agrees with what was in the report, but added to ask the other governments to stump up. But what we can't get away from is hiding our head in the sand and no take hard decisions. Because the cliff edge that Councillor Murtagh spoke about earlier on will come sooner than what we think. So there's none of us were elected to make cuts and make these decisions, and it's no comfortable doing it. But as elected members for the whole of the Falkirk area, these decisions will need to be taken sooner rather than later. Thank you very much, Provost.
Thanks very much, Bailey Kerr. Now go to Councillor Spears.
Decisions, decisions, decisions. Here we are at this stage of one of the world's richest countries, freezing our pensioners and starving, cutting the hours of our kids' education. Why do we always go for the weakest? Because they're the easy target. We have a huge workforce in Falkirk Council and we can't get a pothole fixed. We want more money. Are we going to fix the pothole? No. What we need to do is take a complete look at our whole organisation, our structures, our levels of management, the amount of people we're employing, the vans we're running, and we need to make a greater attempt to actually be in a council, fixing the roads, fixing the pavements, doing what people elect us to do. Taking money from them and increasing that money not to do these jobs is not helpful.
Thanks very much, Councillor Spears. Now go to Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Provost, and just take the opportunity to explain why I don't have an amendment. And I think it was really brought out in everyone's questions that there just isn't an alternative strategy that we can put forward. This is the approach we've taken, and I do lament that we agreed this strategy last year and then we didn't follow it by, the situation with not putting up the council tax and then, using service concessions. We are in the worst place. But so that's an example of a decision which is on us as councillors. But it isn't any one person's fault or one organisation's fault. Yes, all roads ultimately lead to Westminster and the funding that comes from there. But again, we can't just say it's Westminster's fault, Scottish Government's fault. We have to be the ones to fix the problem. And I don't see any alternative but to agree this. But I think that we all have a responsibility that in agreeing it, we have to follow it. And that means that if we can't agree savings, we'll have to do the other things which are in the strategy and put, take service concessions, take council tax rises. So I think it's really clear that we agreed this last year, we didn't follow it. If we agree it now and 10 minutes later we do the opposite, what is our strategy to get out of it? It should have been presented now and we don't have one. So thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Murtagh. Any other independent members got a view? No. Okay, can we agree the motion?
Agreed.
Agreed. Okay, thanks very much. We'll now take a 10-minute comfort break before we move to the learning meeting. Welcome back, everyone. Well, the next item of business is the Education Service Redesign Learning Week proposal, pages 79 to 212 in your agenda papers. We've received procedural motions, and therefore these will be taken first, and I'll go to Mr. Moody to explain this.
Yes, thank you, Provost. And as you correctly observe, we have 3 procedural motions which have been submitted, and in accordance with our standing orders, those are dealt with ahead of any substantive discussion. And the 3 motions are procedural in the sense that all 3 of them ask for this item to be continued to a future meeting. 2 of them relate to the December meeting of Council, and 1 of them relates to the budget meeting of the Council, which is at the end of February of next year. So those 3 procedural motions require to be dealt with before we know whether we're going to proceed with the substantive business of the consideration of the report. Provost, procedural motions are dealt with without debate, but there will be an opportunity for the councillors who have submitted the procedural motions to speak to their procedural motion. There is also an opportunity at this stage for questions to officers in relation to matters relevant to the procedural motions, so not to the substantive issue relating to the Learning Week, but to any factual issues which may be pertinent to the question of whether the procedural motions should be supported or not. I think it's also worth saying, Provost, that I understand that there has been circulated a revised version of the motion which has been submitted by Councillor Sinclair, which adopts 2 of the paragraphs from Councillor Bundy's procedural motion. And it may be helpful, Provost, to hear from Councillor Bundy in light of that, whether he still is proceeding with his motion.
Someone put that. Okay, we've got Councillor Bundy.
I'm happy to withdraw my amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spears.
Would we not be best to go straight to the vote as what's the discussion? Nobody agrees to it. So if we go to the vote, we can...
Well, it's a procedure, Councillor Spears. We follow a procedure. So any other questions on the procedural motions themselves? Councillor Meikle-John.
Sorry, Provost. Yeah, I would just like to ask officers what the implications are of moving any decision on this to the budget next year.
Okay, who'd like Mr. Reid?
Thanks, Councillor Meikle-John. I mean, obviously, if, as everyone will be aware, the proposal, if it is fully implemented, and a number of choices in the proposal, but if it was fully implemented, would save 6.28 million, and that is obviously going to make a significant contribution towards the 56.4 million gap. As you will see in the papers, the savings for that 6.28 million have been profiled over 4 years, and the reason for that is that we anticipate that through natural turnover of staff, that will be within that 4-year period, although we would hope that it would be quicker to get to the saving. If it is deferred until February 2025, that is the budget at the end of February, then the savings would not start to be delivered and cannot be delivered until August 2026. If it's deferred until December 2024, then the proposal can be implemented and the savings can start to be delivered for August 2025. And I think it's maybe just important to clarify the reasons for that. The main reason is that there's not enough lead-in time given the complexity of the proposals and probably making some of the biggest changes that we will ever have made in education, and it doesn't give enough time for officers and head teachers to make the changes that are required. This is not the same proposal that was presented back at the budget meeting in February 2024. There's obviously a new director, there's a new education leadership team. The proposal that is before you today was constructed alongside head teachers. There was a period of extensive engagement in which no doubt you were all involved. But the reason is that all of the activities that are required to implement the proposal actually mainly take place between November and February. So in terms of curriculum planning, in terms of pupils making choices, in terms of timetabling, the staffing returns that have to be made to the Scottish Government, the transport arrangements that we would have to look at, they all take place between November and February for an August start. That's just the lead-in time that's required. And that's aside to the other mitigations that we may be asked to implement if the proposals were accepted in terms of things like activity hubs. And those changes require full involvement of officers, of head teachers in schools. And actually, if it was to go to the February budget, then we would really only have between March and June to make those changes. And obviously within that, there's a 2-week Easter holiday. And within secondary schools, SQA exams have to take priority. So the February decision would allow 13 weeks to make these major changes, but a December decision would allow an additional 10 weeks to plan those changes. And the final point I would make is we need to be providing parents and communities with some certainty. And if these proposals are accepted, then parents may have to make and consider alternative work patterns or childcare arrangements. And it would be my view that we should give them as much notice to do that as possible.
Okay, thank you for that very full answer.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Provost. I have a question on a similar vein, and I hear everything that the Director has just said, and I understand, and councillors can only take the information that the directors and members of staff give us. However, you mentioned it's a different proposal, but in the budget last year and in the pre-budget, the discussions, I'd agree it's different because we have gone through a consultation period, which is a significant part of the budget, of the proposal, of the process. It was put to councillors before the budget last year that this saving, and it's there in black and white, that even part of the saving, over £3 million worth of saving, was for 24-25. And that if we had agreed it at the end of February for March, it would be deliverable even with a consultation with parents, and that was the information we were given at the time. So why is it not deliverable now that the consultation period is passed and all that work is done, when it was told to councillors last year that it was?
Thank you, Councillor Murtagh. I think my recollection of this, and obviously I wasn't here, but I've consulted with colleagues and looked through the papers, but what was contained in the February report, the budget report, and in Appendix 8 was an outline of the proposal, and attached to that there was a draft EPIA, which in my view, I suppose, was relevant at the time. But I think one of the important things to point out is that the EPIA was drafted to include 3 separate things. It wasn't just about changes to the learning week or the asymmetric week, as it was referred to at that point. So it included DSM staffing adjustments, and that was to do with falling school roles and changes to management structures within primary schools. It did include the asymmetric week, and it also included changes to structures within the ELC settings. So I'm sure you've got the papers in front of you, but you can see the figures included in the EPIA are way more than the original savings of 5.7 million for the learning week, now 6.28 million because of pay awards. And those figures add up to 11.798 million. So absolutely wasn't about the asymmetric week on its own. And I think what has happened since that point is that a more nuanced proposal with extensive engagement, as you know, has been constructed. There's a much more detailed EPIA that has been constructed as a result of that, and there are additional mitigations that would be required to be put in place. So I think whatever the intention was in the run-up to the budget in 2024, the reason it can't be implemented in August 25, if the decision is taken in February 25, is, as I've just alluded to in the response to Councillor Meiklejohn, and the work that would be required, the significant work that would be required to make this successful for young people and to give parents and carers and communities the lead-in time that's required to make any necessary adjustments to their arrangements.
Thank you for that answer. I mean, I have to say, I don't feel that it, although I understand that you're saying that there are slightly different elements to the proposal, the proposal included the implementation of an asymmetric week. That's absolutely clear, and a reduction in teaching hours. And that was, you know, it's a very difficult for councillors to make a decision on information that we're given, and then that information is presumably wrong, completely changes, and there are certain parameters that do that, but that might have changed. But fundamentally, we were told this time last year that it could be an asymmetric week with cuts to the school week could be implemented from the February to the August, but now it can't be. I can only take your information you've given me in good faith, and that's your opinion. I accept it. But it is different from what it was before, and that's problematic for councillors for the consistency of our decision making. Now, another question. In terms of
Councillor Murtagh?
Yes, I do have a question.
Okay.
In terms of, you're saying that the surety to give to parents in order to give them as much time as possible is also a factor in that. But I think there would have to be something else to replace it. So are you saying that there would be nothing else that would replace that parents might also have to make other arrangements for, that would give anxiety, etc., about what might happen in their children's education?
Councillor Murtagh, the questions are only on the procedural motion, not the substantive issue.
I understand that, Provost, but the procedural motions are about delaying it, and my motion is to delay it to budget. And what Mr. Reid has answered is that by delaying it to budget, the reason that is not prudent to do is to do with, and his reasoning is partly to do with the anxiety to parents that would cause. And my question to him is that it's not an either or. Is it not the case that anxiety will be caused to parents regardless of what we have to choose in £19 million worth of education cuts over 5 years?
Okay,
that's his reasoning to me.
Thanks, Councillor Murtagh. That's a fair question. Mr. Reid.
Thank you, Councillor Murtagh. I think one of the new, I mean, there were two concerns coming forward from parents, one of which was about childcare arrangements on Friday afternoons with the early closure, and listening to the feedback and taking stock of what parents and carers were saying, we constructed a proposal to include activity hubs, which would cater for some families' childcare needs on a Friday afternoon. That was a mitigation in response to that concern. That's not fully developed, but it includes a number of different partners, which would require a significant lead-in time to implement that, should that be the decision that Council takes.
Okay. I suppose, Provost, I'll take your guidance on this. I mean, I'm going to move my motion, and I'm happy to read it out, and it's there when it comes to that point. However, the preamble to my motion contains a number of statements, many of which we've just asked in the financial strategy group. And I suppose I'd maybe ask Ms Templeman, or even the Chief Executive, sorry, Ms Templeman, other than what I've asked Falkirk Council to determine, are any of those statements that I've put in that incorrect in terms of what the government, what the situation is? Because I think rather than reading it out and asking them one by one, that might be useful. I can do.
Okay. Now go to Councillor Sinclair.
So, sorry, that wasn't an answer to the question, Provost. What I can ask Mrs. Templeman individually, whether, for example, she acknowledges that the Scottish Government have been critical of the proposals, etc., etc. I can read those out and ask those questions, or Mrs. Templeman could just say that what is contained within my amendment, within my procedural motion, is factually correct.
Okay, Ms. Temple, you want to answer that?
Thank you. I suppose it depends which elements of the motion that you're asking me to refer to. The first paragraph is asking for an agreement that I don't think I could provide at this point.
Opinion.
The second two are broadly correct. Scottish Government have voiced some concern about the proposal. However, I think that this is a proposal that is being looked at by a lot of other local authorities as well. So it's not something that we're doing that's hugely out of kilter. So I think broadly those 2 points are correct about the teacher numbers as well, although as we discussed earlier, negotiations are still ongoing on that point. Is there any other points you want to make?
So yes, so you're saying basically the council are you're acknowledging the Scottish Government have been critical of the proposal that Falkirk Council put forward, that they have said over and over that there's a repeatedness to legislate to standardise the school week if we don't have an voluntary agreement. You confirmed that there is no current agreement and that we don't know what the financial penalties will be. That council doesn't know that there's no agreement on standardised learning hours or the future financial consequences teacher numbers, and we already covered, as it was before, that council, if we don't balance the budget, if this particular saving, that the 8% on top of the 7% would mean a minimum of 15% on council tax if we don't take other cuts, and that you also confirmed that we don't know whether government will put a cap or a freeze, and therefore that ability remains unknown. Those are all the things that you have basically confirmed in the last question, in the last minute, and just now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sinclair.
Point of order, Provost. I thought that was this section's questions only rather than statements.
Your point. That was more of a statement.
It was a question, and Mrs. Templeman confirmed that that was all correct.
Councillor Sinclair next.
Thanks, Provost. A very brief question. What can officers tell us about the implications of the decisions made by COSLA leaders at their meeting on Friday the 27th of September in relation to this report?
Thank you, Councillor Sinclair. The Scottish Government position is, as Councillor Murtagh alluded to, which is to maintain teacher numbers and to voluntarily agree to freeze learning hours. Now, that position was rejected by COSLA in that the continued insistence on artificially maintaining teacher numbers, well, it's in conflict with the Verity House Agreement, and the position is that it would be more prudent to allow teacher numbers to fluctuate according to the overall number of pupils within a council and to the structure of the learning week as determined by a council. So COSLA mandated the Children and Young People's spokesperson to engage with the Cabinet Secretary for Education and Skills to seek an alternative approach where learning hours are considered alongside teacher numbers, and also the proposed reduction in class contact time. Noting, of course, that may result in the Scottish Government introducing legislation to replace or to place restrictions on the minimum learning hours in statute, and there's a number of difficulties that are associated with that. Now, my understanding is that COSLA are awaiting a response by that, and the hope would be come December that there would be further information both on teacher numbers and both on the position with learning hours. Thank you.
Thank you. That's
me. Thanks, Councillor Sinclair. Now go to Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Provost. In the motion being brought forward by the administration, it states that the meeting the council meeting on the 12th of December is only 8 days before the Scottish Government budget, and it asks officers to update papers no later than noon on Monday, the 9th of December. There's more question to Amanda. Is that enough time to look at the Scottish Government budget, to see the financial implications and then the future of the Council's finances for the upcoming financial year, which would then impact this report?
Mrs. Templeman.
I think it will be quite tight. I think we are expecting the Scottish Government budget around about the 4th of December. And I think but the question of when we will get our individual allocations, it will come after that. And we're not entirely sure when that will be, but it'll be quite close to the meeting. However, the information we have on the 4th of December might give us some insights into what we're likely to have. And then I suppose the only other thing I would caveat is, that there's always quite a few weeks of back and forward. At the moment, the Scottish Government are looking at potentially setting up some online sessions so that we can try and get the information a bit earlier. That would help us for this, but they're not setting up to help us with this, but it would help with this time frame. But we just don't have confirmation of those sessions yet.
Thank you for that answer. And can you confirm that the budget presented on the 4th of December is not necessarily the budget that the Parliament passes?
Yes, it will still need to go through the standard process and be considered by Parliament.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Bundy. We'll now go to Councillor Bowes.
Sorry, Provost, I didn't have my mic on.
Okay. We'll go to Councillor Patterson.
Thanks, Provost. Through you, it's kind of a twofold question, so I don't know if it's best addressed by Mr. Reid or Mrs. Templeton. So obviously we have two suggestions that we should delay either to December or February. So if Council chooses today to go ahead with the decision to postpone, is it not going to put undue pressure then on teaching staff to restructure their entire curriculum in mere weeks? And as we've already acknowledged in conversations, the amount of stress and uncertainty that we're causing parents and young people who have to consider work and childcare, myself included. And then the argument that we only need to wait until December, whether or not the Scottish Government decides to pass on the funding that's been promised by the UK Government, we won't fully understand that or been able to absorb that by our December meeting. So then I'm wondering where the value is in postponing until that point when we really won't have all the facts and figures any more than we do now, would be in the same hopeful position as we are now. So for all of those reasons, is it not then prudent to make a substantive decision today and move forward knowing whatever position we take, that's the path we're going down? Thank you.
I'll maybe mention just the financial bit and then let John come in terms of the teachers and things. I suppose my view is that we won't have full certainty, as you're saying, in December. But I think the reality is, from what John's saying, that we won't have full certainty until the budget's all gone through Parliament and things like that. And that will be too late to make the changes. From my personal perspective, I think there's unlikely to be a significant improvement either between December and January that would significantly change that decision-making activity. But I think so in some senses, I think the driver is more about the time taken that's needed to implement the changes and things. So I think that probably John would be better to come in.
Thanks, Amanda.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Patterson. I think the hallmark of this proposal is to maintain the current curriculum that we have got within our primary schools and our secondary schools. And, you know, having worked closely with all of you over the last few weeks and over the last couple of months, I tried to explain what some of the alternatives would be in terms of just ripping out teachers without considering what the educational reasoning behind that is. So the principal thing about this is about protecting the curriculum so that we can maintain or enhance levels of attainment, but absolutely fundamentally make sure that we can move young people into positive destinations when they're ready to leave school. Now, staff have worked really hard, all staff, core groups of staff, but all staff have worked hard and have considered the implications of this model and some of the alternatives. And I think what worries staff more is if this proposal is not accepted when perhaps more information is known and the position is a bit clearer, that the alternatives would cause staff more worry. And actually, the work for staff, if it was some of the alternative proposals that had to be adopted, would be greater than a slight delay in waiting until we had a bit more information to see if we could make a decision on it.
Thank you for that answer. I wholeheartedly agree with the concerns there, but I think because obviously we're not in our full discussion yet, we're just talking about the procedural issues. So whichever way, and I don't presume to guess, whichever way council would vote on that issue, I think in terms of the conversation we're having now about just procedurally, I'm struggling to see where the benefit lies in putting off this decision. And I think that I don't feel satisfied that actually come December or come February, we would actually be any better informed than we are now to make a decision.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Patterson. We'll now go to Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. Just very simply for Mrs. Templeman, do you have you heard anything that would give you cause to believe that between now and December or between now and February, there is going to be a significant improvement in the financial situation because of the budget announcements, or a significant deterioration that would be pertinent?
I'm not aware of anything that I think would significantly change the position from December or from February. I suppose the difference, on reflecting on Councillor Patterson's query, the difference in December may be that we would have a bit more sense over where things like council tax are headed, and I know that's been raised a couple of times today. So we'll know from the announcement on the 4th of December what the proposals are around that and where our flexibility is. But I'm not hearing anything that suggests that there'll be a significant change to what we're anticipating in terms of grant settlement.
Councillor Spears.
Thank you. Two questions. First one, for parents who are under contract and can't get time off their work, will there be safe havens provided in the schools so the parents can pick them up to the normal hours we have just now? And the second question is,
that's not about the procedural motion, that's more about the substance, which we're no discussing.
Oh, it's in here.
And the procedural motion?
Yeah, the procedures, how we treat children in schools is very important.
That's the substance of the report, it's not the procedure.
Well, I'll lead on to my second question then. Has our young people's delegates been asked to speak on this? I see we have one in the audience today. And
again,
we greatly admire
that's the substance of the report, Councillor Spears. It's not about the procedural motion. Thank you. Any other questions? I'll now go to Councillor Sinclair to move his procedural motion.
Thank you, Provost. Firstly, I'm grateful to Councillor Bundy for withdrawing his procedural motion. It's been the case now for some time. The decision has been placed before Council are complex, difficult and uncomfortable. As a parent myself, I fully understand and appreciate the concerns of families, parents, carers, young people themselves, as well as teachers and staff in our schools. Any decision would impact them in some way, and it's right that we consider the relevant facts once these are known and understood. We have been asked to deliver on several key areas since 2022, with some decisions being made that positively impact our situation, while others have not been taken, and that is the crux of what we face today. By making a political, or perhaps more appropriately a popular choice, we leave behind controversial decisions and instead have to consider other proposals that are just as deeply unpopular or worse. This situation, as we've heard, is not unique to Falkirk Council, but is similar for most public sector organisations, local authorities and, crucially, the Scottish and UK governments. In the previous report, we heard how significantly challenging our financial context is and what it may take to get us through the other side of this maelstrom. However, that is all dependent on several factors, some of which are out with our direct influence or control. As we've heard from officers and as alluded to within my procedural motion, the new UK government are set to deliver their budget at the end of October, with the Scottish Government scheduled to deliver theirs in December, prior to our next full meeting of full council. Alongside this, we know that the discussion around teacher numbers and minimum learning hours is not just happening in Falkirk, but is being discussed universally across all local authorities, amongst directors of education, professional bodies and indeed unions. On Friday of last week, COSLA leaders took a decision to engage further with the Scottish Government around teacher numbers and minimum learning hours, rather than agree to a voluntary arrangement of maintaining the current level of learning hours delivered by local authorities, points that are key to the wider context and discussion on this. It is therefore important to consider that wider context within of these proposals with a fuller understanding of the factors over which we have no direct control or influence. As such, our administration believes that deferring any decision until at least December will enable further clarity to be sought in relation to the discussions between the Scottish Government and COSLA, and that a clearer picture of budget settlements between UK and Scottish governments and consequentially local authorities will be known before our council meeting on the 12th of December. Given the seriousness of the situation across Scotland and the potential impact of not making prudent decisions with enough time to properly implement any changes, we believe that at this stage, this is the best way forward to ensure that effective decisions can be taken. I move the procedural motion in my name. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Sinclair. Do you have a seconder?
Provost, I'm happy to second, and in doing so, just to recognise that this is a huge service redesign, as the Director has said. We also recognise the concerns and anxieties of parents, but we have to take into account our legal duties to set a balanced budget, and therefore hard decisions have to come forward. If there was alternatives to this, then we would be looking at those alternatives, but also acknowledging that the UK and the Scottish Government have still to set their budgets. While we know potentially what the outcome's likely to be, it would be prudent to delay until such time as we have a little bit more clarity, that would then enable members to be able to have some comfort about the decision-making process.
Thanks very much, Councillor Meikle-John. We'll now go to Councillor Murtagh to move our procedural motion. Thanks,
Provost. And I don't intend to read a speech out here, but I want to address it as a parent who, you know, in this meeting, I have several plates spinning for my potential childcare options later in the day because we have no idea when this meeting might end. And also as one who is worried about their children's education and is already, you know, concerned and upset that my child has less options in choosing how many nap bags she has from those down the road. It's entirely understandable that everybody in this chamber comes to these things as a Falkirk citizen, and it affects us greatly. The reason I have moved, this and put this procedural motion is because I do believe there is significant risk in going forward today with a decision. There's risk on both sides. You know, I am not in favour of this proposal. I have never been in favour of this proposal. I believe this proposal will harm attainment and it will be difficult for parents, and it is the wrong thing to do. But that does not make me any more in favour of unknown alternatives that I cannot forecast just now. And that is why fundamentally I have in my motion asked that it goes to budget, because at that point we do have to make a decision. And at that point, any option which is on the table has to have an EPIA, Equality Poverty Impact Assessment. And we will be able as councillors to make a decision on whether it is worse to cut support to ASN, to put teachers unplanned out of the system, to change curriculum. We will have that information. That's why I've asked in this procedural motion that it goes to budget. But as we heard in the financial strategy also, we will have the information then about council tax and whether we can raise it by a certain level, how much we need to do. And ultimately, this is a budget decision. This is not a decision to improve the education of our children. This is a decision to make savings. And that's why I believe it belongs at budget. But the reason, and I think others, in their questions sort of spoke about, why would we delay it? I'm not going to be any more for this proposal in December or February. And as I've said, I won't be any more for the alternatives. But if we, at this point, put it off the table, then we're taking a huge gamble. We're saying we are prepared to gamble that something else which is worse, that something else which may affect our children's education, which may affect all of our citizens, might come along and we will have no other option. We can't revisit this. It will be off the table for 2 budget cycles. And I'm not prepared to make that gamble in terms of potentially tying our hands behind our back and trying to then explain to parents that, well, it was so I could make a stand on the day and say I was against it. So, and I've said to others, it's like the choice we've got before us is like chopping off a leg, and I can agree, I don't want to chop off a leg. It's a really bad idea and none of us want to do it. But if saving the leg for 4 months means that the only choice that we have, or in 2 months, is to lose the head, then I'm going to really regret in a few months' time that I didn't leave those options on the table. And it is purely because, as we've heard in the seriousness of the financial strategy, if we do not have an alternative, and nobody else came forward with an alternative to this in terms of financial strategy, how we will solve this. We've heard, we don't know whether we don't expect to get any more from flat cash. We might be, if we agreed this today and took a £6 million saving, government might hit us with a £4 million fine, and that would be it wiped out and we still take the pain. It makes no sense. But if we bomb it out and we get it off the table, and then we are responsible for whatever consequences come, because we are responsible for it, it's on us. So I am not going to gamble with our children's future in that way either. And to me, although I disagree that December is the right time to do it, because I do believe, although it will be difficult, and certainly as a parent, I feel I don't want that delay either, I still think it would be the better option. And that's why I've proposed February. So it's with reluctance, because I am extremely against this proposal, but that is the only sensible way forward, because there are no other alternatives on the table that will not harm our citizens.
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh. Do you have a second though?
What I'm going to do, Provost, is because I can see that the Conservatives and the SNP have amalgamated their motion, and therefore they will vote for that and Labour will vote the other way. I will save the pain for Council of having to go through a roll call vote on my motion, and reluctantly, having made these points, I will withdraw it.
I would be more than happy to second the motion. I think we've heard something.
She's withdrawn.
Very
Councillor
emotional there.
Murtagh's, understand, but Councillor Murtagh's withdrawn her motion, Councillor Spears.
I mean, all that will happen is it will drop out first. And as much as I've said what I've said, and I appreciate the support, I think we're going to be here a long time as it is, so I understand. But thank you for the offer of support. Thank you.
Just going to take a 5-minute adjournment. Thank you. Okay. Before I go to Mr. Moody to explain the voting system, I'm just going to go to Mr. Reid to perhaps introduce his colleagues. But it was remiss of me not to do that at the beginning.
Not at all, and remiss of me too. I was under the impression that everybody knew who they were. On my far right, there's Deborah Davidson, who is Head of Education, and she looks after ELC, Primary and ASN. Sitting next to me is Jill Pringle, Head of Education, who looks after Secondary and Performance. And I'm sure you're all familiar with Kenny McNeil, who's a long-serving member within the Education Service. He's the Service Resource Manager.
Thanks very much, Mr.
Thank you.
Bailey Buchanan. You could be on mute, Bailey Buchanan.
Can you hear me now, Provost?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Provost, just a point of clarification. First of all, we'd just like to say this. I'll take a minute of your time. That I think that the decision by Councillor Murtagh to withdraw maybe came too quick. It didn't give other people an opportunity to come in and support what she was saying. I'm totally against this, but more importantly, the people who have contacted me constantly since this came up are totally against it. The ramifications of this goes through for families.
Buchanan, do you have a question?
No, sir. Just thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'll now go to Mr. Moody to explain the voting procedure.
Thank you, Provost. And we started this item with 3 procedural motions, and we currently have 1 after with the withdrawal of Councillor Bundy's procedural motion and the withdrawal of Councillor Murtagh's motion 2. So the procedural motion that remains before you is that moved by Councillor Sinclair and it's as adjusted, and the adjusted version has been circulated. So the vote is simply for or against that procedural motion. So for means moving the matter to the December meeting and not considering the matter today. Against is that we continue to consider the matter today. Provost Bissett.
Against.
Councillor Aitchison. Councillor Anslow.
Against.
Councillor Binney.
For.
Councillor Bowes.
For.
Councillor Brown.
Against.
Bailey Buchanan.
Against.
Councillor Bundy. For. Councillor Colley.
For.
Councillor Deacon. For. Councillor Devine.
For.
Councillor Flynn.
For.
Councillor Forrest. For. Councillor Garner.
For.
Councillor Hannah.
Against.
Councillor Kelly.
Against.
Bailey Kerr.
For.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
For.
Councillor Murtagh.
Abstain.
Councillor Nimmo.
Against.
Councillor Patterson.
Against.
Councillor Patrick.
For.
Councillor Redmond.
Against.
Councillor Ritchie.
Against.
Councillor Sinclair.
For.
And Councillor Spears.
Against.
Provost, there are 13 votes for the motion. There are 12 votes against. There was 1 abstention. The motion carries.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moody. I think we'll just stop for lunch now and then move to the next items after lunch.
How long?
Back here, 1:15.
Thanks, Provost.
Everybody in. Okay, welcome back everyone. Next item of business is the Falkirk Local Development Plan 3 Evidence Report, pages 213 to 438 in your agenda papers. The report is taken as read. There are no amendments, so there will be no debate. And there's questions for officers. So does anybody have any questions for officers on the substance of the report? Councillor Spears.
Can I ask regarding planning consents for hundreds of houses in that area, what considers taking for flood prevention, especially as everything flows downhill and comes to Grangemouth, and we're very near capacity with the rivers and with the rising tide in the both estuary. Has there been greater consideration that you can build them there, but everything flows downhill? It's a bit like the people in Grangemouth, the people up the Braes shouting Gardy Lou, it's coming your way. First question.
Would you like to maybe talk a wee bit about flood protection?
Thanks, Councillor Spears. That question doesn't have any material consideration as part of this report. This is a local development plan evidence report. Each plan will have its own merits and be viewed upon at the planning committees.
Well, that greatly concerns me because with a district, we've got to look after each part of that district. And if it will come up 500 houses in the outskirts of Labour, which is going to affect earth, and everything low-lying in the district is going to be affected by what you build out with the district. And as most of the rivers run through Grangemouth, then we're certainly going to be affected. So it should be considered at the very outset on this plan, instead of leaving it to do it piecemeal bit by bit.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Spears. Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost. I just wanted to ask about the housing land supply, recognising that there's significant economic benefit opportunities through our growth deal and indeed the Green Freeport and the creation of jobs. Do we have an ambitious enough housing supply or a land supply that would deliver on housing, within the plan?
Okay, Mr McGuinness.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Meikle-John. The plan sets out the minimum all tenure housing land requirement as determined by Scottish Government, and we have applied a 16% uplift to that minimum requirement of 6,100 homes over the next 10 years. Just for information, over the last 10 years, the council area has delivered in total 467 houses per annum. We are working, we have a separate group of officers in future Falkirk looking at even greater ambition for how many homes we can bring to the area. We recognise the growth deal, the Green Freeport, the job opportunities, and therefore looking at how can we bring more people into the area and create more homes, because obviously we recognise from a Scottish perspective there's a housing crisis. So we're continually looking at how can we expand and provide more homes for residents and for more people to come into the area through the Future Falkirk initiative.
Very much, Councillor Meikle-John. We'll now go to Bailey Buchanan.
Thank you, Provost. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Thank you. I was very interested to hear what our officer had just said, very positive. And the question that the leader of the council had asked in relation to have we got an effective housing supply coming forward. Now, over the years, we've been criticised as a council because of the fact is that we've had developers that have stated quite clearly, obviously, they put maybe planning applications in, and it's been stated that there is no requirement for any type of housing. Now, it has been proved by a few of these developers who went to the Scottish office, and they won their appeals. So I was interested to hear what our officer had said, and I'm quite happy with that they were looking positively at the upgrading our housing supply in the future. Now, one of the things is that I've just heard what the officer had said in terms of housing crisis. Now, I think most local authorities in Scotland have stated already that we have a housing crisis, and I'm happy again that this officer had brought this up and it lets everybody know the situation. The other issue is that down in England, they're talking about, obviously they've got a major housing crisis there, and they're talking about moving into the green belt and doing away with certain areas of green belt. And I'm just wondering whether any officers that's here today could maybe expand into what, obviously they've been looking and listening to everything that I've been listening to, and just asking what they're looking at in terms of the changes that are going to be made in policies in other areas and other countries. Thank you, Provost.
Yes, thanks very much, Billy Buchanan. Go to Mr McGuinness.
Yeah, thanks you, through you, Provost. The next stage of the exercise following the evidence gathering paper in front of you today is a call for sites, and that is an important stage where we work with all stakeholders, particularly the housing developers, to look at where we believe opportunities could exist for increasing housing delivery. We obviously have to look at brownfield sites to turn them into economic use and bring housing into those sites, but we will also look at where it's appropriate to consider some greenbelt releases. But that has to be treated very sensitively and through the planning process itself. But the next stage of the exercise in the LDP3 process is a call for sites.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Billy Buchanan. Any other questions? Councillor Nim.
Thanks, Provost. Can you maybe confirm how this local development plan is going to impact on the 11,000 people we have currently on our council house waiting list?
This plan sets out the ambitions in terms of where we believe opportunities for homes can be achieved. I believe the second stage of the exercise, the LDP3, would be to identify the sites and how can we ensure a whole range of types of housing can be provided to provide homes for those who are find themselves in a homeless position. It's challenging, absolutely, but we have to do our very best to ensure we identify the right type of tenure and the right types of home and the right land available through this exercise going forward.
Do you actually see the 11,000 people currently on our waiting list reducing significantly then due to this plan?
I think there are much wider significant economic issues that are impacting upon that position, so I couldn't possibly comment on whether this plan itself could address that 11,000 number.
Thanks very much, Councillor Nim. Now go to Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. I want to say a thank you to some of your staff, because Richard Broadley and Alistair Shaw very kindly, as I know they did with other councillors as well, gave a briefing. And I don't want the public to think that we're not asking lots of questions and because we're not interested. A great many of my questions were answered in advance, so thanks for that. I think one of the things that I think needs to be addressed within it, given the housing emergency situation, is an issue, and I'm glad to see that there's a recommendation to go above the minimum standard, because there is no question we need more houses. But one of the things that I think is going to be fundamental to turning this from a plan to something that's actually bricks on the ground is the consultation and taking our public with us. I wonder if you could say a wee bit about the ways in which consultation will be addressed to ensure that people actually understand what we're doing.
If you don't mind, I'd like to defer to Alistair, who will be developing that consultation exercise at the next stage.
Mr. Shaw, are you there?
Thanks, Provost. Yeah, we prepared a development plan scheme for the for LDP3, which went to executive back in February, and that set out a detailed plan for how we're going to consult the public at various and other stakeholders at various stages in the plan. So we expect to when the call for sites has been mentioned, and we expect to consult members of the public on those sites that come forward in the development of the strategy. And then that'll be in the preparation of the proposed plan. But beyond that, there will be a formal opportunity for folk to make representations when that proposed plan is prepared. So there's two stages essentially. There's in the preparation of the proposed plan, and then when that is published.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Councillor Han. I'll now go to Bailey Kerr.
Thanks, Convener. Have we got enough staff to deliver this project?
That's always challenging in terms of the professional officers supporting the planning process, in particular, where this paper is really focused on. We believe we have at this stage, but there are ongoing financial challenges that we heard about this morning that may impact upon the resources and capacity we do have. But at this stage, we believe we have the capacity necessary to bring forward developments and support the developments through the planning process.
We'll just go to Mr. Benny as well for a comment.
Thank you, Provost. Bailey Kerr, I just wanted to reassure you as well that as a strategic leadership team, I think we're very well aware of the importance of this activity, and we have got it as one that could be one that we would make a potential request to the Change Fund for if the team alert us to a fact that there isn't capacity to deliver exactly what we want. Then I would be putting forward a bid to bring in resource to make sure, because I don't think this is one where we can allow an opportunity to be missed.
No.
So I hear what you're saying. I agree, but the challenge is to the team. We've got high expectations. If you've got an issue with capacity, let us know and we'll seek to consider that.
That's exactly what I was asking the question for. I know you're having an ambition and a vision if we've not got the resources to deliver that vision. So thank you very much to both of you. My second question is probably leading on from Councillor Spear's question regarding infrastructure. At what stage does we're going to call to sites for the next stage? What stage do we include drainage, schools, doctor surgeries, dentists? Obviously, we just can't keep on building houses and houses and not have that infrastructure in as well, because that's a massive job, as well as building houses, to have that vision and have that the views.
Thank you, Bailey Kerr. You'll see in the report itself at chapter 006 on infrastructure, water, drainage, education, healthcare, sport, etc. are all considered as part of the evidence base that we're presenting today. As you mentioned, the call for sites will bring those forward and have much more detailed engagement and consultation in the process to determine the impact of developments going forward. I may actually ask Alistair to maybe provide any more information than that.
Okay, Mr. Shaw.
Yes, thanks, Provost. So yes, as Mr. McGuinness says, there is a lot of information that we've gathered. We've engaged with obviously our own council services, but also with external infrastructure providers to build up that evidence base. But going forward, the call for sites, when these sites come in, they'll be subject to an assessment process, a site assessment process, and there's a methodology for that actually set out in the evidence report as well. And at that stage, we'll obviously scrutinise each of these sites, look at the infrastructure capacity that's available, the issues around infrastructure, and we'll be talking again to infrastructure providers about what the possibilities are, whether these constraints can be overcome or whether really they're showstoppers.
Thanks very much. I've spoke to you before about what my ambitions would be, but like Councillor Hannah says, it was very informative of Alistair and Richard and the other members of the team to come along to the group meeting and give us an explanation. So I just think if we keep proceeding in that way through the full process, at the end of the journey, I think a lot more elected members will be on board, as many weren't the last time.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Provost.
Thanks very much, Billy Kerr. Any other questions? No. So we'll now go to the administration to speak to the motion. Councillor Garner.
Yeah, thank you, Provost, and thanks to Alistair and Michael. This evidence report does not contain strategy or policy, nor does it involve the assessment of our allocation of specific sites. Rather, it provides information in which these decisions will be founded at the proposed plan stage. This is nothing new, as some of us will remember LDP 1, and we should all be well aware of LDP 2, which is our current planning Bible. The Falkirk Local Development Plan is one of our most important corporate documents, steering the location of development, infrastructure and investment in the area, whilst providing the framework for planning and decision making. As we know, delivery of our current LDP 2 is still ongoing, work on its replacement is well underway, and the programme for preparation of LDP 3 was unanimously approved by the Executive in February of this year. I am pleased to bring forward this LDP 3 evidence report, which marks the first major milestone of the preparation of the new plan. The purpose of the evidence report is to provide a robust evidence base for the proposed plan. It has involved extensive data gathering, consultation with key agencies and stakeholders, engagement with communities, and provides a comprehensive snapshot of key information on a range of planning and land use topics. As stated, it does not contain any strategy or policy, nor does it look at the merits of individual development sites. That will be a matter for the proposed plan, as we've heard already from officers. However, it is required in government guidance to set out an indicative local housing land requirement, which is the authority's view on the appropriate scale of future housing growth, which should be pursued in the new plan. The figure which is set out and explained in the report reflects an ambitious yet achievable target, which is evidence-based and is cognizant of both of housing emergency, which has been declared nationally, of our economic growth aspirations and of local constraints and opportunities. I would like to again thank officers for their continued work in developing the LDP3 plan, presenting a briefing to our SNP group and other groups I've heard, and support the recommendations contained in the paper at section 2.1 to have approved the evidence report, and that is submitted to the Scottish Ministers for the gate check review. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Garner. Do you have a seconder?
I'll formally second, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Michael John. I'll now invite Councillor Hannah, if you maybe want to explain the position of our group.
We have no amendments. This is a plan that has been developed. We have been well briefed by officers, as I've already said, and we look forward to the next stages and being equally well briefed in the future.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hannah. Bailey Kerr?
No other comments.
Thank you. Councillor Spears?
We'll have a lot further comments when it comes to the further stages of this plan. I've already made the comments I have to make about the stages at this stage.
Thanks very much, Councillor Spears. I'll now go to independent members if they have any comments. Councillor Murtagh.
Yeah, I don't have an alternative amendment, but I would like to thank the officers for taking the time as well to meet with some independents. Although we are not a group, we are trying to collectively make ourselves available for briefings to ease things with officers, and I found the one the other day very informative. So thanks very much to officers for taking that time and bearing with us while we get organised. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh. Any other comments from independents? No. Can we agree the report?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. Next item of business is referral from Executive Treasury Management Annual Review, pages 439 to 452 on your agenda papers. The report is taken as read. There are no amendments, so there will be no debate. And we'll just open up for questions to officers. No questions? Okay. So I'd like to invite the administration to speak to their motion.
Thanks, Provost. I will be very brief, as I'm aware that this has been through the executive and was duly scrutinised, and there was nothing noted, therefore there's not too much to say at this case. It is a retrospective view of the figures, which are linked to reports that members have already seen, particularly through the capital and revenue outturns. Our borrowing requirements are in line with which was previously reported, with the majority of that relating to the housing revenue account. In light of the current financial pressures, we've already discussed some of that within the financial strategy today. We need to consider how sustainable borrowing levels are going forward, and that will be something that our Treasury management updates will help us to do. The volatility in the financial climate and interest rates, all borrowing has been used by following the advice of our Treasury advisors, and for the moment it will need to continue on a short basis in order to not be locked into higher or long-term rates. Going forward, as interest rates are not coming down as quickly as had been anticipated, we will need to be very cautious, particularly with inflation perhaps increasing again, and therefore that could delay any further better affordable borrowing rates. Something that Council will need to consider and keep in mind, particularly as we head towards the budget. So I'm happy to move the report.
Thanks very much, Councillor Meikle-John. Do you have a seconder?
Formally second.
Councillor Bowes, thank you. Councillor Hannah?
We have no amendments. As has been said, this has already been to the executive, so we have had an opportunity to deal with it. Just thanks again to Amanda and our staff.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hannah. Bailey-Kerr?
No comments.
Thank you. Councillor Spears?
No amendments or comments.
Thank you. Any independent members have any comment? No. Can we agree the report?
Agreed.
Next item of business is council membership update, pages 453 to 456 in your agenda papers. The report is taken as read. There's no amendments, and so there'll be no debate. And just open up for questions to officers, but it is a personal matter, so you might want to restrict your questions. Any questions? No questions, okay. So I'll just go to Councillor Meikle-John to speak to the motion.
Thank you, Provost. I think having engaged with Mr Robertson, or Councillor Robertson, sorry, he is looking to come back to Council in a phased process, and I think that it would only be right, it would happen in any other employment situation. I think he needs to be given time to do that and to be able to build up his own resilience going forward, so I'm happy to move the report as is.
Thanks very much, Councillor Meikle-John. Do you have a seconder?
Happy to second.
Thanks very much, Councillor Garner. Councillor Hannah?
We have no amendment, simply look forward to a good recovery and return.
Thank you. Bailey-Kerr?
Just hope he feels better in the month to come.
Thank you. Councillor Spears?
Just wishing Councillor Robertson a speedy recovery and a welcome back. I'd also like to thank Councillor Mackie Brown, who's done a great job of covering the area and working very hard with the increased workload.
Thank you very much, Councillor Spears. Any independent members? Councillor Murtagh?
I just want to say how wonderful it'll be to have Councillor Robertson back, and we do all wish him a speedy recovery. And I'm sure that Councillor Spears extends the same wishes to Councillor Patterson, who's also been working hard in her ward too. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other independent members? Any comments? Bailey Buchanan?
I'd just like to wish Jim sincere best wishes for a speedy recovery.
Thanks, Bailey Buchanan. I think the whole of the council will be wishing him a speedy recovery and hope that he returns soon and starts to make a contribution. Can we agree the report?
Agreed.
Next item of business, appointments, pages 457 to 460 in your agenda papers. Any questions? No. The first appointment is convener of civic licensing, which is a remunerated position. So I'd like to invite nominations. Councillor Meikle-John.
No nominations from the SNP group, as we actually currently hold the vice convenership.
Okay. Councillor Hannah.
I'd like to nominate Councillor Anslow.
Bailey Kerr.
On behalf of Bailey Kerr, can I nominate Bailey Kerr?
Okay. Councillor Spears.
We have no nominations, though I was tempted with the young persons.
Okay. Any independents, any nominations? No. So we'll go to Mr. Moody for the vote.
Thank you, Provost. And we have 2 nominations for the post of convener of the Civic Licensing Committee, who are Councillor Anslow and Bailey Kerr. Provost Bissett.
Councillor Anslow.
Councillor Aitchison. Councillor Anslow.
Councillor Anslow.
Councillor Binney.
Bailey Kerr.
Councillor Bowes.
Bailey Kerr.
Councillor Brown.
Bailey Kerr.
Bailey Buchanan.
Bailey Kerr.
Councillor Bundy.
Bailey Kerr.
Councillor Colley.
Bailey Kerr.
Councillor Deacon.
Bailey Kerr.
Councillor Devine.
Bailey Kerr.
Councillor Flynn.
Bailey Kerr.
Councillor Forrest.
Bailey Kerr.
Councillor Garner.
Bailey Kerr.
Councillor Hannah.
Councillor Anslow.
Councillor Kelly.
Councillor Anslow.
Bailey Kerr.
Bailey Kerr.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Bailey Kerr.
Councillor Murtagh.
Abstain.
Councillor Nimmo.
Councillor Anslow.
Councillor Patterson.
Councillor Anslow.
Councillor Patrick.
Bailey Kerr.
Councillor Redmond.
Councillor Anslow.
Councillor Ritchie.
Abstain.
Councillor Sinclair.
Bailey Kerr.
And Councillor Spears.
Bailey Kerr.
Provost, there are 8 votes for Councillor Anslow. There were 16 votes for Bailey Kerr. There were 2 abstentions, and Bailey Kerr is duly appointed as convener of the Civic Licensing Committee.
Thanks very much, Mr. Moody. Well done, Bailey Kerr. The second appointment is Deputy Convener of the Appeals Committee, and I'll go to Councillor Meikle-John for a nomination.
Thank you, Provost. We currently hold the convenership of the Appeals Committee, so therefore we will not be putting it forward a nomination.
Thank you. Councillor Hannah?
Councillor Redmond.
Councillor Redmond?
Can I nominate Councillor Hannah?
Bailey Kerr?
No nominations.
No nominations. Councillor Spears?
No nomination.
Thank you. Any nominations from independents? No. Mr. Moody?
There being 1 nomination in the form of Councillor Hannah, and being the only nomination, Councillor Hannah is duly appointed.
Well done, Councillor Hannah. Next item is Young Persons Champion. Invite nominations from Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost. We would move Councillor Devine.
Councillor Devine. Councillor Hannah?
Move Councillor Redmond.
Bailey Kerr?
No nominations.
Councillor Spears?
No nominations.
Any independents got any nominations? Mr. Moody?
Thank you, Provost. And once again, there are 2 nominations, Councillor Devine and Councillor Redmond. Provost Bissett.
Councillor Redmond.
Councillor Aitchison. Councillor Anslow.
Councillor Redmond.
Councillor Binney. Councillor Bowes. Councillor Brown.
Councillor Redmond.
Bailey Buchanan. I think you may be on mute, Councillor Bailey Buchanan.
Councillor Redmond.
Councillor Bundy. Councillor Colley. Councillor Deacon. Councillor Devine. Councillor Flynn.
Councillor Devine.
Councillor Forrest. Councillor Garner. Councillor Hannah.
Councillor Redmond.
Councillor Kelly.
Councillor Redmond.
Bailey Kerr.
Councillor Devine.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Councillor Devine.
Councillor Murtagh.
Abstain.
Councillor Nimmo.
Councillor Redmond.
Councillor Patterson.
Vote for the only remaining young person on council, Councillor Redmond.
Councillor Patrick.
Councillor Devine.
Councillor Redmond.
Councillor Redmond.
Councillor Ritchie.
Abstain.
Councillor Sinclair.
Councillor Devine.
And Councillor Spears.
Councillor Redmond.
Point of clarification, I think I'm the youngest.
I would look for an apology.
I stand by my statement because we all know, Councillor Bunty, that you don't actually count as a young person because you're so wise beyond your years.
Age is a state of mind, let's face it.
Yeah, enough of that hilarity and let's move on.
Provost, we regularly have this discussion at our group meeting about the youngest.
Who's the oldest?
He's perhaps aging by the minute.
Provost, I was just doing some double checking on the voting there, so my apologies for the delay. There are 12 votes for Councillor Devine, there are 11 votes for Councillor Redmond, there were 3 abstentions, and Councillor Devine is duly appointed.
Okay, well done, Councillor Devine. The next item is member for the Falkirk North and South wards to the Falkirk Temperance Trust Board, and I'll go to Councillor Meiklejohn.
Sorry, Provost. We've got a nomination for Councillor Binney.
Councillor Hannah.
With apologies for not having spoken to you sooner, my nomination was going to be the Provost.
See the short look at my face? Okay, I'll accept that.
That's one of the committees I didn't think I could possibly be on anyway.
Temperance. Okay, Bailey Kerr.
No nomination.
Councillor Spears.
No nominations.
Any nominations from independents?
I'm not sure that we have anybody accurately qualified for that particular position, but I'm not a member of Falkirk South and North, so I don't qualify anyway.
Okay, Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Provost. And once again, we have 2 nominations in the form of Councillor Binney and yourself, Provost. Provost Bissett.
Provost Bissett.
Councillor Aitchison. Councillor Anslow.
Provost Visit.
Councillor Binney.
Councillor Binney.
Councillor Bowes.
Councillor Binney.
Councillor Brown.
Provost Visit.
Bailey Buchanan.
Provost Bissett.
Councillor Bundy.
Provost Bissett.
Councillor Colley.
Councillor Binney.
Councillor Deacon.
Councillor Binney.
Councillor Devine.
Councillor Binney.
Councillor Flynn.
Provost Bissett.
Councillor Forrest.
Councillor Binney.
Councillor Garner.
Councillor Binney.
Councillor Hannah. Councillor Kelly.
Provost Bissett.
Bailey Kerr.
Provost Bissett.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Councillor Binney.
Councillor Murtagh.
I'm not casting aspersions, Provost, but Councillor Binney.
Councillor Nimmo.
Provost Bissett.
Councillor Patterson.
Provost Bissett.
Councillor Patrick.
Provost Bissett.
Councillor Redmond.
Provost Bissett.
Councillor Ritchie.
Abstain.
Councillor Sinclair.
Councillor Binney.
Councillor Spears.
Councillor Binney.
Provost, there are 14 votes for you. There are 11 votes for Councillor Binney. There is 1 abstention, and you're duly appointed.
Thank you very much.
Point of clarity, Mr. Moody. This is a hypothetical question. So if there an equal vote, and the Provost got the casting vote, would he be allowed to vote for himself?
There's no casting vote on appointments. You have to draw lots on appointments.
Cards,
correct.
Thank you, Mr. Moody.
Yeah, it's committee officer training 101. Always have your pack of cards ready.
Okay, so the next item is minutes and information bulletin. Is there any questions on the volume of minutes? Any questions on the information bulletin? Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Provost. As you'll be aware, I submitted quite a long list of questions to officers in advance of the meeting today. I still think it's important that for the benefit of the public that we get the answers to the questions, so I'll just read through them. I'll start off with the first 4 there for Mr. Kettrick, if he's on the call. The first one, Paul's on page 8, MCF 3 RM 6187. It's in relation to the Green Freeport, and there's £135,000. I'm just wondering how much money is left for the running costs as lead authority. If you could maybe just confirm that to start with.
Mr. Kettrick.
Thank you, Provost. In response to Councillor Nimmo, we obtained £1 million funding from the UK government to support the establishment of the 4th Green Freeport. To date, we've spent £690,000 on the business case involved in technical, financial and legal consultants. £200,000 of the funding is also provided to the council for our role as accountable body to pay our staff in the accountable body role, and the programme management office, who've obviously been critical to establishing the 4th Green Freeport. There's a further commitment of £35,000 for legal fees over the coming weeks, particularly identified in relation to the landowners agreement and the full mobilisation of the Freeport, and that leaves a remaining £75,000, which is expected to be required for further technical, legal and professional fees associated with the operational company and the full business case process. And each year, just for clarity going forward, we obtain £200,000 from the 4th Green Freeport for our operating costs.
Thanks for that, Paul. It takes me on to my next question in relation to page 9, TMC 8664. There's over £761,000, and I'm just wondering what we're actually getting for our money and what emergency lighting does this actually relate to?
So, Provost, this is emergency lighting across our whole property estate, excluding housing. Includes the monthly testing and 6 monthly maintenance and servicing, as well as any ad hoc repairs where we have made an allowance for these, but that will be based on, they'll be paid as required and as need dictates, should it go above what the allowance is.
Thanks, Paul. The next one is in relation to page 20, CAR 8631. There's over £1.5 million in relation to this contract. Do we currently have sufficient staff within Building Maintenance Division to carry out this work that's anticipated?
Provost, apologies, whilst that one was identified as myself, I think it's Mr Gardner, who's also on the call, who'll be able to answer that one.
Okay, go to Mr Gardner.
Yeah, I can answer that one, Provost. So the answer to your question, Councillor Nimmo, is yes. Though there will be elements carried out by a service provider such as scaffolding and insulation type works. But the answer to your question is yes.
Okay, thanks for that, Douglas. Paul, last question. It's in relation to page 24, TMC 8663. Can you just confirm what buildings this contract relates to?
Provost, it covers all non-housing properties, and this is for fire and intruder alarm maintenance, so schools, offices, depots, libraries, sports centres, etc. And it covers the 6 monthly maintenance visits and testing, as well as there's an allowance for any ad hoc repairs as necessary.
Thanks again for that, Paul. Provost, the next few questions are for Kenny Gillespie, but I'm not sure if he's on the call or not.
Mrs Algie will pick them up, Councillor Nimmo.
Okay. Page 9, RM6259, £1.7 million. Can you just confirm what this relates to and what we're actually getting for our money?
Yeah, thank you, Provost. This relates to our revenue and benefits system, so it covers all of the billing and the collection of council tax, non-domestic rates, and a variety of other areas of benefit, etc., that we do within that particular team. So it's the core system that we use to deliver that service. Okay, thanks for that reply, Karen. The next one is in relation to page 13, TCC 01424. There's over £319,000. What benefit are we going to get from this contract? I'm aware there's been a significant number of problems with door entry systems failing and a lack of parts to fix them. How is this going to help? So this contract will help us maintain and repair those door entry systems. That will be subject to parts being available, because we're aware there will be some where parts won't be available. Where that's the case, we will look, but it will probably be in the 25-26 financial year, to put work in place that would look at repairing any that we can't, replacing any, I should say, that we can't repair. But this is simply for the maintenance and the repair of those that we can do that for. Okay, thanks again, Karen. And the last one that was earmarked for Kenny is page 23, RM3808-3. It's to do with the CCTV coverage. How much are Police Scotland contributing to this increased cost? So this is an extension to an existing contract, which is why it's come back in the bulletin, because it increases the value of the contract rather than a new contract. So the additional cost that the police are paying as part of this is around £5,000. Police Scotland currently pays £60,000 overall for that provision. It's part of a 3-year agreement, and we're in the process of renewing that for future years. Okay, thanks, Karen. That takes me on to 3 questions for Douglas Gardner. Douglas, the first one is in relation to page 12, PS 03624. It's £1 million in relation to painting and decorating. I'm just wondering why we're entering into a contract of this value when we're potentially going to be laying off our own painter and decorators and building maintenance.
Mr Gardner.
Thanks, Provost. So, Councillor Nimmo, this framework was started based upon the then void lettable standard. Since then, from the start of June, as per the members' briefing earlier this year, we've been returning void properties to a new standard through a test of concept, which has significantly reduced the level of paintworks. And if this new standard is fully adopted, then it's unlikely that the service will utilise this framework.
Okay, thanks, Douglas. It takes me on to my next question. Page 14, SXL 1422. It's over £13 million in value. I'm just wondering, is this actually the cheapest option, or would it be better breaking it down and going out to a tender exercise?
Mr Gardner.
Sorry, 2 seconds. So this is a Scotland Excel framework, Councillor Nimmo, for construction materials. We consider that a direct award does offer the council best value. Another consideration that obviously we do consider as a service is the running of many competitions. It isn't an administration burden. It does take time and effort. And in the balance, it was decided to simply direct award.
Okay, thanks for that. It takes me on to your last question here. Page 27, SC 2324-0023. Contract value is £3 million. What we're actually getting for our money and how many of our roads will actually be improved by this?
Happy to answer that one, Provost. So this framework, Councillor Nimmo, will be used as required to have works undertaken that we don't have the ability to carry out in-house and demonstrates best value to the council. The work put out through the framework mainly consists of street lighting, installation works. Specialised street lighting contractors are on the framework who carry out column installation, ducting and cabling and electrical wiring works. There is not enough resource in-house with the necessary skill set to undertake this work on street lighting schemes. The framework provides access to experienced contractors at very competitive pricing over the duration of the framework. With regards to the road maintenance works, we utilise this framework to undertake works. We do not have the capability or capacity to undertake in-house, for example, surface dressing, retread, micro assault, etc. It would not be cost effective to the council to purchase the equipment nor the staff to undertake these types of works. With regards to the second element of your question, Councillor Nimmo, with regards to how, sorry, what was the question again? Can you reiterate that, please?
Is how many roads would be improved with this investment?
That's a difficult question to answer, Councillor Nimmo. I will have to go back and speak to colleagues about that and try and give you some kind of definitive answer on that. I don't have it at present.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Douglas. That takes me on to a question for Amanda. So the next one on the list here, page 29, TCC 02123B. It's a contract for 2.372 million. How many properties are we anticipating to be adapted here, Amanda? And what are we actually cutting to get the saving of 370,000?
Mrs. Temple.
Thank you. I think actually Mr. Gardner is going to answer.
All right, we'll get the wrong person again.
Mr. Gardner.
Thanks, Provost. So the 370 saving, Councillor Nimmo, is estimated against what cost it would be if BMD were to carry out the works. So there is a slight saving there. At present, we're currently carrying out 5 to 7 DAs per week. Having this contract, we're anticipating that will increase to 10. At present, we currently have 112 DAs on our books.
Thanks for that, Douglas. That takes me on to my last question on the list here, and it's for John Reid. CS 03724. It's a contract for £131,000. John, can you just confirm why this just relates to Denny High School and what's happening with the counselling service in our other high schools?
Mr. Reid?
Yeah. Yes, I can. Thanks, Councillor Nimmo. It relates to the renewal with an established partner of counselling services at Denny High, as you've said. Counselling services across all of the other secondaries are provided by a number of different providers with long-established relationships over a period of time following initial procurement guidelines, and different contracts will be due for renewal at different times. But be assured that all schools have appropriate counselling services in place. And just to clarify that counselling services for primaries 6 and 7 across the authority are procured centrally, and that featured in the last information bulletin.
Okay, thanks for that, John. Provost, can I maybe just clarify something that was in relation to the previous question I asked of Amanda initially? In the information bulletin, Amanda's down as the chief officer, and yet it was Douglas that answered the query. Can I just confirm why that is?
Okay, Mrs. Algie.
Provost, it's because of the value of procurement that individuals can sign off. So there will be officers who are able to sign off different levels of spend at different levels. When someone isn't available within the team, but it's all been checked and gone through the process, it will come to another officer within the team to sign off on the basis of all the checks having been done and the information having been given to that particular officer. But that safeguards us with only certain officers having a certain value of spend that they can authorise.
Understand that now. Thanks, Callum. That's all my questions, Provost.
Thanks very much. Any other questions on the information bulletin? Okay, that concludes the business for today. But I'd just like to say before we go, it's Councillor Binney's birthday today. So I think we'd just like to take this opportunity to wish her a happy birthday, and I hope you have the rest of the day goes well and that you're spoiled rotten. Thank you.
But with no alcohol, obviously.
Well, we could.
Happy birthday. Okay, bye.
Bye.